A very good morning to everybody and welcome to the Overview and Scrutiny Board on the Monday the 7th of October 2019 here at the Council Chamber in the Civic Offices in Christchurch. This is the second of our Overview and Scrutiny Boards for October, so you're all very welcome for part two. Welcome to everybody. I will pass over for some housekeeping. Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be audio recorded. There are no planned fire drills for today. If the alarm should sound, please evacuate the building immediately via the emergency exit. For apologies, we've had apologies from Councillors Maidment, Miles and Councillors Nicola and Mike Green. Councillor Bartlett has apologised for this morning's meeting but is hoping to attend later this afternoon. We've had substitute members. Councillor Burton will substitute for Councillor Rachel Maidment and Councillor Judy Butt will substitute for Councillor Mike Green. We haven't received any declarations of interest. Do members have any declarations to make?
Councillor Brooke.
Fine, thank you, Chair. With reference to item 6 on the agenda and the first item there, the Housing Delivery Test Action Plan, there is reference in there to the Bournemouth Development Company, of which I am now a board member.
It's non-procurement.
Councillor Burton.
There's Beings Housing and Rental.
Beings Housing and Rental is discussed. I'm a landlord. I own one flat in BCP, which I rent out.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Could I ask a question? Is it in the area specified on the item on discretionary licensing?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is that everyone's? Okay, thank you. I have a copy of the minutes and the action sheet from the last meeting for the chairman to sign if the board agrees.
Agree.
Okay.
Chairman, can I just raise that we had a communication from Councillor Andy Hadley asking for an amendment to the minutes of the 8th of July, so some time ago. He wasn't listed as present at the meeting, but he was there. Are you happy for us to make that amendment to those minutes?
We have approval for the board for that amendment.
Yes.
Agreed? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, we've received no public questions, statements or petitions for this meeting.
Thank you very much, in which case we will move straight on to item number 6, which is the scrutiny of housing-related cabinet reports for the forthcoming cabinet on the 9th of October. We've got 4 items within this that we are going to consider and look at in order. I think the first one will be presented by Councillor Phipps, which is the Housing Delivery Test Action Plan. As we've done in previous board meetings, I'll invite Councillor Phipps to do an introduction of the cabinet paper and then open it up to the board for further questions from there. So very warm welcome to Councillor Wilson and Councillor Phipps, and Councillor Phipps, I'll pass it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We did have a plan between us that Councillor Wilson would just start off with the background and then I would go on a bit further. I hope that would be all right with you if we were to do
Double act, all the better, yes.
Would that be
No
all
problem
right?
at all. Absolutely fine.
Thank you very much. And I'll hand over to Councillor Wilson first.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you for that introduction. So I'm just going to give a bit of background to this report. In February 2017, the Housing White Paper Fixing Our Broken Housing Market was published. It set out the government's plan to increase housing supply, and they wanted to see 300,000 new homes annually for the foreseeable future. As we all know, housing demand is very high, and housing costs are equally high. Work has already been underway across the legacy councils to assist in enabling the supply of additional homes. But this report sets out a move towards a step change in enabling additional housing supply to meet housing demands. This sets out a structured plan for a consolidated single approach for Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. To ensure local authorities and wider interests are accountable for their role in assuring new homes are delivered in the area, the White Paper introduced a new housing delivery test designed to show whether the number of houses built in a local authority area is below the target. Effectively speaking, this test is Whitehall's assessment of whether councils and other planning authorities are overseeing the development of enough homes for the area, and the percentage of homes delivered against the number required over the past 3-year period, with 95% being a pass. The first housing delivery test results were published on the 19th of February 2019. Bournemouth returned a delivery measurement of 84% against the number of homes required, Christchurch 75% and Poole 68%. However, the result for Poole was subsequently queried, and as a consequence, the figure was recalculated, revising the figure for 85%. The National Planning Policy Framework states that where the housing delivery test indicates that delivery has fallen below 95% of the local planning authority's housing requirement over the 3 years, the authority should prepare an action plan. So that's what we've done. The decision was taken to produce a single housing delivery action plan for the newly formed authority, as it was considered many of the issues relating to housing delivery and the actions identified to ensure housing needs are met on an ongoing basis will be common in all 3 areas. The action plan sets out a series of actions that are designed to address under-delivery of housing in the longer term. The action plan will be monitored via a steering group, jointly led by Growth and Infrastructure and Housing, including input from portfolio holders of Strategic Planning and Housing, myself and Councillor Phipps, clarification. It is envisaged that an update will progress and will be reported onto the Cabinet on an annual basis. Within the Housing Unit Service, staffing resources will be increased to help ensure a target focus on driving forward this important supply for housing delivery. Publishing an action plan with a 3-year time frame will also ensure the Council can meet the framework's requirements to publish an action plan in future years, where delivery continues to fall below 95% of current requirements. And it is likely that BCP Council will result in falling below that requirement again when the results come out next month. The action plan will evolve over time as the strategy for increased housing supply develops, with oversight from the steering group. And a communication strategy will be developed with multiple audiences to ensure that there are high-profile communications around this work to help encourage a shared vision and ultimately a step change in delivery. Just before I pass over to Margaret, I would like to point out 2 technical errors on the report. If I just take you to 2.4 on page 165. Where it says 722 as the figure, that should be 730. And then, if everyone's seen that, could I take you to page 181 and 4.12? In terms of Rowshot Hill in Christchurch, BCP will also be working with Christchurch Town Council, where that is stated. This should be Highcliffe and Watford Parish Council as site owners. So I'd just like to make them clarifications before handing over to Margaret. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as you've heard, this document is required as BCP as a whole has fallen below 95% delivery of housing over the last 3 years. Now, with the government methodology, our targets, the housing targets, have now increased with their new methodology, and the numbers required are very challenging indeed. What I'd like to tell you is that between 2016 and 2019, the last 3 years, Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole jointly have approved planning permissions for 10,425 homes. However, only 3,705 were actually built or delivered. So if the 6,720 homes given permission by the 3 councils had actually been built, we wouldn't be sitting here now and looking at this report. So the point I want to make about that is that sometimes delivery of housing can be out of our hands. And just as an example, Rowshot Hill in Christchurch, for instance, outline consent was given there for, I think it's believe 800 to 900 homes. But due to ongoing and protracted negotiations between the landowner and the developer since then, nothing's actually happened. And so far, this permission hasn't been taken any further. And this is just the sort of thing that we're up against. But this is a statutory requirement to produce this document. And so we've produced it. And the purpose of this document is to try to be proactive and positive moving forward and try to resolve this, our 5-year housing land supply and deal with the situation before us. And in order to do that, we're looking at 5 strategic issues which are set out in paragraph 4.3 on page 179. That is the BCP housing land supply, the infrastructure, viability, economic factors and commercial market communications. And we're hoping those issues will help to, if we can deal with them, will help to address our housing delivery issues. I think I'll leave it at that, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillors Wilson and Phipps. So I'll pass it over to the board for questions on this particular item. Who would like to go first? Councillor Lawton.
Can you tell me what the current figures are for the number of house units we need to have delivered?
It is a report, 167. It's the chart at the top.
Would you like the historical figures as well?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, yeah. The years 13 to 14, where BCP housing requirement was 1,796. That carried on up until 2018, sorry. This current 18 to 19 is 2006, and going on to 1920 will be 2,481.
Sorry, 2,000.
481. They are written in your report.
Page 167.
Councillor Butt. Sorry, can you use your microphone, Councillor?
Sorry, I'm mute on this one. Right.
That's one.
Yeah, thank you. With regard to numbers, and we heard your explanation with regard to people obviously getting permission and then not building. The permission obviously still extant, but they haven't actually built the property, which is an issue. But with regard to the numbers that we have to, which are fairly onerous, have we appealed these numbers, and will we continue doing that going forward? And who else are we working with in the wider conurbation to also appeal these numbers? Because obviously there's a disconnect between the number required and the number we can't overpromise and underdeliver, and it seems that the government seems to be doing that to us with a regular monotony. Thank you.
Councillor Phipps.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of issues there, and we are looking at this issue across the board, basically. We're doing an urban capacity study to start with, and on 4.28, obviously we've got the strategic housing land availability assessment and land reviews that will be coming forward. We're also going to be doing a strategic green belt review. There's a lot of evidence gathering that has got to be done. We're doing cross-boundary evidence studies, and of course that will lead us into the duty to cooperate as well, which we are looking at with other councils. So there are quite a lot of issues here, and all of the things that we are doing will feed into the new local plan. These are all, and it's got to, everything we do has to be evidence-based, and that's why all these studies are being done, and we are looking at all these issues to how we can try to address this.
Councillor Butt, yes.
Thank you very much. With regard to, there is a huge wealth of work, and it's all clearly within your report, but what are our budgetary costings for this? Because going forward, it's almost as if it's an unknown anathema. So how can we actually provide for something which we're not quite sure how we can take forward in the first instance? Difficult one. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have legacy budgets from the 3 councils for producing a local plan and for dealing with this issue. This is all part of the whole planning process. So those legacy budgets are within our budget, and we do believe that we have sufficient funds to deal with it all.
Councillor Wilson.
Could I just make a point on the numbers as well? England, as a country, has built actually thousands of homes over what is required by the test over the last 3 years, around 80,000 homes, and we still have a housing crisis that's unsolved. The assessment of the formula that's required is a complex mix of figures, which include the local plan and other numbers, but the local plan isn't always included, depending on the local authority. So what you found is actually anomalies happening all over the place. So in the New Forest District Council, for example, they finished bottom in terms of the percentage that they delivered on their tests with 35%. But they delivered 755 homes against a test of 2,100 and something. I don't know the exact figures. And then Redditch Borough Council, who finished top, they actually built less homes, but their number required was 37, and they built 748, I believe it was, and they came out with a percentage of 2,048. So, I mean, there's definitely some work that has to be done around this with the government, and there's some numbers that, there's 28 there's 28 councils across the country who are having a percentage above 200. So I mean, there's definitely some work to be done around this housing delivery test, but these are the numbers that are currently given, and we're working towards them. So.
Thank you very much. I think I agree. Actually, if you want councillors from all parties and all colours to agree on one thing, it's do they agree on any particular formula? And I know many of us have worked with government on this one. A particular question that I had, because I went up to visit ministers last year about the Bournemouth figures and the big increase from 722 to 1422, or a doubling of figures of what we're mandated to build just in the Bournemouth area. We did quite a bit of work on this, and as colleagues will know, it's because of this new methodology which takes into account things like house prices, which negatively affects us down here with higher house prices, etc., etc. My understanding was that we got that figure down to circa 11 or 1200, but it still says 1422 in this paper. Do we have any update on that? Were we unsuccessful? Has it gone back up again? Or I thought we'd done some mitigation work regarding those figures.
I'm not aware of an update, but I'd be happy to ask the officer. I think should be able to hopefully.
You're very welcome, thank you.
In terms of the figure for Bournemouth, the 1422 was the figure that appears in the government's standard methodology, and I'm aware, as you say, that figure's been questioned in terms of the methodology for calculating it, and immigration rates and various aspects which affect that number. But as I understand it, that figure has not been sort of reduced downwards, so I'm not aware of a revised figure for 1100, so we're still working with that published figure of 1400 at the moment. But I think it's probably worth mentioning, just to come back to a previous point, as part of the BCP local plan process, although we do have the government standard figures for housing provision, we're doing a lot of technical work about the number of houses which sustainably can be accommodated within the BCP area, and the report does talk about the environmental constraints that we have, and that there will be a limit to what can sustainably be provided. So we will be working closely with neighbouring authorities if there is any significant unmet need which can't be met within the BCP area. So the local plan will be the instrument really which identifies the housing requirement moving forward, which could well be potentially substantially less than the government methodology figure, because that will be the figure that we arrive at, which can be sustainably delivered.
Thank you very much. Councillor Iyengar.
Thank you. There seem to be, I think, fundamentally two approaches here. One is to challenge the figure, challenge the target, on the basis that it's, my words, not your words, unreasonable, all things considered. Or the other thing is to accept the target, partly, and then encourage, for want of a better word, developers to build on land which has been designated and with planning permission for it. We've talked a bit on the first one of those, which is challenging the figure. I have to be quite, cautious, sceptical about how far we'll get with that, I have to say, no matter which government we've got. But on the first one about Councillor Fitz, you mentioned, I think, roughly 10,000 was the target, and like for like, just under 4,000 were built, so less than half what was actually required. What's the most direct action you think can be taken on that? Because it is a problem, and I didn't read word for word every bit of the report, I have to say, but just remind us again, what's the most direct action you can take on that to actually get things built where approval has been given?
Councillor Phipps?
Okay, well, obviously you've already been previously lobbying and you've spoken to ministers. When you talk about direct action, I would expect that is the most direct action, to see what we can do or what they could do to actually require those that have the planning permission to, put the spade in the ground quite quickly. And it could be, for me to say that might be a recommendation that could come from this board, that we do actually do some lobbying. I don't know, but I think that if you were looking at direct action, personally, I would say that the most direct action we do is to get some government lobbying to see if they can require developers with permission to actually build them within a certain time frame.
Sorry, Mealings.
Hi, if I can just add to that. Yeah, I think there are two key issues. One is about the target, is that right? But I think the report is presenting an appreciation that whatever the number is, we need more of what we've got now. So I think there is quite a lot we can do to encourage the people that have got planning permission already. We can work, some of the actions that are set out in the action plan is the focus that we're taking to be much more proactive, to engage with people that have got planning permission, to try to understand what those barriers are, why they're not developing out those sites, particularly stalled sites that have been stalled for quite a long time. We have a role, and we can have more of a role to resource that. And also, I think Councillor Wilson mentioned the comms plan as well, which is in here, to get that message out that we need development moving within the BCP area. And I think that's really, really key, whether the target's 2,500 or whether the target's 2,000 per year. We can do quite a lot of proactive work, working with developers, working with funders to fund housing projects, etc. So I think we need to do a lot more of that we're doing at the moment.
Yeah, Councillor Anker, yeah.
So, could I just go a little bit further on that? Thank you for the background. Because on this, I think the word lobbying is correct. Just a little bit being one removed from it. Because we had scrutiny last Friday in a different context. The thing about lobbying with MPs came up. And we do have around us, and forget what colour rosette they're all wearing, a bundle of MPs around for whom meeting this housing target is also big on their radar as well. How would you sort of convince us all that at least the beginnings of significant lobbying is going on with that group of people to, well, not necessarily change the law, which takes a long time, but to apply pressure in the circles and the networks in which they work to hasten things along?
Councillor, sorry. Councillor Wilson?
I think, the main thing is we have to challenge the target, as you say, and we have to lobby, but we also have to produce this action plan in order to mitigate if we aren't able to change that number. So, for example, we can try and do as much as possible to reduce this number. And I think there is that the head of the LGA, the spokesperson for the LGA, is trying to do that, and that's of course being taken up by local government because, as I say, there is evidence across the country, across local authorities, and we're all lobbying together. But it's getting above that parapet first kind of thing and kind of saying, really being strong and challenging these targets. And I think that will probably come over the next couple of years as the threshold for punishment becomes higher. So in 2020, if you don't get 75% of your target, the government can put harder regulations on you. So I think that's when we'll start seeing local authorities start to really kind of challenge these. So, in the interim, we have to plan and focus and create this action plan in order to try and meet these targets and have that step up. Because we do need housing at the end of the day. We do need more housing. Whether these numbers are correct or not is to be questioned. But we do need more housing, that's for sure. And I think that we have to kind of have that mentality and have that step change whilst also challenging these numbers.
Oh, go on then, one more.
It is a quick one. Thank you, Chairman. You mentioned the LGA. LGA absolutely valid, which is one of, not the only, but one of our, one of our pretty effective vehicles for doing this. Are we connected in the LGA appropriately with the boards and with people with representation there? Because there must be it's a good vehicle in terms of there must be other councils in the same situation. You've referred to it as well. Are we strongly enough connected in the LGA to be able to be part of that lobby?
Councillor Wilson?
So actually, last weekend I was on a leadership course in Coventry, and I was with the independent group leader who's on the board, and I was talking about this, and a lot of people were bringing this up. So I think it is definitely on their agenda, and I think we can push that further potentially.
Thinking more like the standing boards that they've got.
Sorry, Lorraine.
So I was just going to say, if I can answer that, I think it's probably worth having a discussion after today to think whether we can do more around that sort of lobbying area. But I just wanted to come back to the point about sort of lobbying for targets alongside what Councillor Wilson was saying. In the meantime, there is quite a lot that we can still do. We still need more homes. And I think the other point I wanted to make is that the government, nationally haven't necessarily got all the answers in terms of how we increase housing supply. So there's no kind of blueprint we can take off the shelf and apply for the BCP area. So what we've tried to present here is a whole range of different things that we can proactively do as a local authority to try to get some of those answers that I think every area is probably struggling with.
Thank you very much. If I could just pick up on a point, we've got a few other speakers, but just using Chair's prerogative for a second. Councillor Wilson pointed out, I think, something that we all agree, that we've got a number of things we need to do here. We need to try and challenge the figures where possible and certainly work on the lobbying side. There is obviously across the whole country this issue of extent planning permissions being there and trying to have some action to be able to unlock the sites that already have planning permission. But of course, as Councillor Wilson pointed out, we do still need homes, and locally there is a housing crisis. We have one of the above the national average rate for those that are in private rented sector, which normally is a consequence of difficulty in housing supply. So I think we do have to accept that maybe the figures are too high, but also we do need to be delivering homes. Obviously, the local authority has a part to play in that as well. It's not just about encouraging developers, particularly with the options and the sites that we have as well. However, and this is not a challenge, this is just an observation which you might want to comment on. We have a number of sites that we have in our disposal to bring forward really quite quickly. The Winter Garden site, Copland site, Heart of Regeneration, for instance, Heart of Pool Regeneration, all of which we've just taken off the Cabinet Forward Plan and kind of pushed a bit further down. I'm sure there's reasons behind that, but is there not a danger that if we don't get on and deliver some of the really chunky developments that we have within our disposal, that we're just making life even more difficult for ourselves? One for the councillors probably, actually, because it is a political question about priorities.
I think that we have to also build the right types of homes. I don't know specifically about these developments that you're talking about in terms of being taken off the forward plan or the time frames behind these developments. But I mean, nobody can occupy the Winter Gardens anyway until a SANG's been put in place. So we have to go through that process first and foremost. So I think that we want to build the right types of homes. We want to build more affordable homes and more social rent as well. And I think there's a lot of different tenures and types of homes that we want to build as well as just developments. So I think we're looking at it quite holistically.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brooke.
Fine. Thank you, Chair. One or two observations, if I may, first, and then a question. I welcome very much the references to the Strategic Planning Forum. It is going to be re-established. It was very important over the last year or two across the whole county and the various authorities. I just think that needs to be brought forward as quickly as possible. So looking at the terms of reference, really, I think does need pushing on because it gives the opportunity for the duty to cooperate, which has to have a higher priority. Picking up Chair, on your comment referencing Winter Gardens, Cotlands and one or two others, it raises another issue under review which is due to take place and we'll be looking at this afternoon. But one of the issues is to do with car parking provision, and I think it is absolutely important that that is looked at, because the strict policy that exists in the Bournemouth town centre over car parking replacement is creating major problems in terms of viability for many of these projects, and consequently there is a need to look at that review and also to see whether planning itself can be more flexible in its approach than it actually is. So I think, Margaret, I would ask you about that in terms of, can planning be more flexible in terms of its car parking requirements on schemes that we actually have and are pushing forward? That's my first question.
Councillor Phipps.
Yeah, well, yes, and we've got the review coming up, and we're looking towards doing a supplementary planning document on parking as well, which will become part of the local plan, but we're doing the strategic planning review to start with, and yes, definitely could be more flexible. I think there's no doubt about that. Absolutely. But it's all should come out within this review that we're doing. That's the whole point of it, to go to consultation and ask people what they think and actually formulate some plans on what we can do. So, yes.
Please do.
I'll come back on that one first of all. Yes, I accept that. My concern is that the time frame that is set out for that review, and I appreciate how long that review is going to take, is actually far too long with regard to these developments and the impacts it will therefore have. And all I'm doing is just raising the fact that if a revised scheme comes forward, the crucial issue is likely to be the car parking provision, and therefore I'm asking, can planning be more flexible in making those decisions at this point in time, rather than having to wait for the guidance or the review to be completed? It's something that if we're pushing for housing, then these are schemes that are going to deliver significant numbers of housing, and we don't want to be held up too greatly with that.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from now. On the actual planning at the moment, obviously we do have 3 sets of planning policies at the moment. And I probably would ask the officer whether we can be more flexible, because we do have those policies in existence, which presumably the planning board has to, think about when they're making their decisions.
I mean, in terms of the planning policies on parking, obviously, as Councillor Phipps has said, there's the existing adopted policies which we're working with. And through the BCP local plan, we'll be looking at car parking policies. And obviously, we've talked about the car parking strategy. I mean, in terms of decisions at the moment, obviously, the adopted car parking policies say what they say, and those are in force. But in terms of making planning decisions, those have got to be balanced planning decisions at the moment, sort of weighing up the merits of the proposals and the material considerations. And although parking will be one policy requirement, obviously we've got a strong policy requirement to deliver more housing. So I would say that obviously the policy is what it is, but there'll be the opportunity for some flexibility with dealing with planning decisions now, because we've got to deliver significant pressure to deliver new housing. So the policies will be weighed up together. So we'd have to look at pragmatically some flexibility in the short term.
Right. Thank you for that. If I may pick up on a couple of points, or one other one. On a couple of occasions in the report, there is reference to increasing staff resources and increasing resources in the various units to deal with this issue. Could you explain what those increases are likely to be, and what's the potential impact on our budgeting?
Yeah, Councillor Wilson. If I could pass over to Lorraine for that.
Lorraine.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll answer in terms of housing and then pass over to planning. You'll probably be familiar, since April we've come together as 3 teams, so it's an opportunity for each of the service units, as they're described, to reshuffle the pack in terms of staffing. So for housing, we're just going through a staff restructure process, and the outcome of that will be more of the existing staff refocused on this whole housing supply agenda, because we're very conscious it is a priority going forward, and we need staff, kind of more staff focused on bringing extra housing forward than we have done in the past. So I think from a housing perspective, the restructuring is quite key to that. So we'll be moving that forward. We're moving that forward right now. So I don't know what the response is from planning's perspective.
Just to pick up on the planning restructure, we're currently going forward with the sort of tier 4 and 5 appointments. So in terms of policy and development management, head of planning, policy manager and development management managers. And following appointment to those posts, the rest of the restructure will be shaped. I think it's a similar point for planning in terms of directing existing resources to the priority areas in the report. But with the shaping of the structure that's got to come from now, we need to determine sort of precisely what staffing resources that they will need to service this work. So that assessment's yet to be completed. So it may be a case that it's primarily a refocus of existing resources onto priority areas, but there may also be a possible need for additional staff resource, but the exact detail of that's yet to be determined because of where we're at in the restructuring process. So if there was a need for additional resources, I'm not because that process has been complete. I couldn't point to sort of what that would be and the cost implication at the moment.
Fine. Thank you for that response. I would hope that some of the redirection of resources would go into enabling a speeding up of the decision-making process within planning, because very often it can take far, far longer than we all think is necessary, and the speeding up of the process, despite all the delays in the actual fulfilment of an approval by the developer, to actually speed up the decision-making process within the planning department would again be an opportunity for a quicker delivery of houses. So I would hope that there will be some consideration given to that.
Thank you very much. Do you wish to respond? Yep.
I was just going to say, I think once the structure is complete and we do have the actual, all the levels, of staff that, we're still restructuring, I think things will speed up, and that will certainly assist the process. But we are still bringing the three councils, the staff together, and it is a difficult process, but it is all happening as fast as we can do it. And I think generally everything will speed up once we get into that situation.
Thank you very much.
I do have one more, but if I can come back and give...
Yes, because we are a little bit over on time already. I've got two other speakers, Councillor Lawton and Councillor Butt.
Thank you. Consultation, which you mentioned in this paper, is all very laudable, and none of us on this panel would disagree with it. But the question now, what are you doing in the meantime to build and facilitate new home build, either through the council, under the companies which I set up, Seascape or BBML, or through private operators? One of the difficulties we have is that you've recognised quite quickly that the number of units that this council has to build, certainly Bournemouth, but this council as well, the numbers were doubled. And if we don't achieve those targets, the government have already said, unless it's changed since I was the portfolio holder, is that if we don't achieve those targets, the government will come in and do it for us, i.e. they'll come and impose them, whether we like it or not. So one of the questions I want to know is, what are we doing in the meantime to facilitate, accept and move along to build houses? I find it surprising that you're only just discovering that you can actually speak to our MPs. They may not be the same political flavour as yourselves, but the MPs across the borough, if they combine together, can make significant pressure on the housing minister to relax and take account of those housing figures. It's a difficult one for all of us, I understand that, and it's a difficult job, I understand that as well. But we need to move on. We have a housing crisis. I need to be able to see, and we need to be able to see, that you are taking account of those. The Winter Gardens is a very good example. There's over 300 plus units there. You say they may not be the wrong size. I'm sure they are.
if you're looking for a flat within Bournemouth or within Poole or Christchurch, those are significant numbers which can be addressed quite quickly, and you've kicked it into the long grass.
Councillor Wilson?
Just again to reiterate on the Winter Gardens, no person can occupy any home, I prefer the term home, in the Winter Gardens until the SANG has been put forward. So, I mean, and we're trying to do that. So, you know, in terms of that, it's not that quick. Coming forward, so the Winter Gardens is not going to solve the housing crisis. So if we could focus on other things that we're doing, we are looking at all different insights. We're doing a lot of infills. We're working at capacity at the minute with our developing team, and I'll probably like to just hand over to Lorraine because she can talk more about
I'd like to add as well to that.
Lorraine.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think the context of this action plan is that we're not starting from a standing start. There's lots of work already going on over previous years. We're already sort of delivering that enabling role, working with developers to help bring sites forward. And I think there's been a mention of some key large strategic sites, which I won't comment on, but development takes a lot of time anyway, even if it's a straightforward scheme. So particularly mixed-use sites are long and enduring often to get them through to completion. But what I wanted to sort of emphasise really is the work that we have been doing and we absolutely will continue to do in terms of bringing all of our land opportunities forward. So you'll be aware that in all areas we've been looking at surplus council sites. Some are small infill sites, some within our council housing estates, etc. And we continue to work through those and build those out as housing. Often affordable housing, sometimes private rented housing, and we absolutely continue to do that. So we've got programmes of a fair few hundred sites, aside from the large strategic sites, and we are building those out and they are getting completed.
Thank you very much. Councillor Phipps.
I'd just like to add to a couple of the points. As you just heard, things are being done. We're not at a standstill. I point out we can only progress sites as they are actually put forward as applications for planning. So, you know, they do have to, the developers have to put them forward. And talking about the government coming in and doing it for us, but that is the whole point of us doing a local plan. That's what we're doing now, and we're speeding on with that as fast as we can. The government said we've got to do it within 5 years. We're trying to do it, you know, by the end of 2022, and we should succeed in doing that. And as part of that, we're doing all the evidence gathering, going through all the processes that we have to go through, and evidence gathering as to whether we can actually provide all the housing that they are saying we should provide and how we can provide it. And if we can't provide it, what about the duty to cooperate? And can we get some of it provided just across the border? We are looking at absolutely everything, I can assure you, and doing our very best on this.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Butt, and then we probably have to draw this to a close. We're already over time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Wilson, we heard from you, your statement was we must lobby, but we must deliver the action plan, so we're sort of between a rock and a hard place there at the minute. And at the minute we also heard from Ms Mealings that we have an action plan which has policies in trains and it has policies pending, so we're also in a very difficult position there. Now, bearing all that in mind, you also stated a high-profile communications programme. Who's this going to be targeted to? I think that the actual communication with regard to anything that we may be considering we're going to do or not going to do is key to the success or not of that. So this communications policy for me underwrites everything that we've got before us today. So how is that going to be put in train? Is it already in train? And what are the expected outcomes? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Wilson to start? Yep.
Yeah, I think our communications programme is going to be looking at developers and stakeholders in general, but for a more detailed kind of evaluation of the minutiae of that, I'll pass over to Lorraine, if that's okay.
Right.
Okay, just to add to that, I think 4.93 of the report sort of elaborates a bit on that. We need to work through exactly what the comms plan does involve, landowners, agents, but we also need to look at players outside of the BCP area. So we've done some work over previous years working with our economic development colleagues, for example, kind of promoting investment in the area generally. Obviously my interest is specifically housing, but it's about investment in the area generally. So we need to look outside, well, obviously within BCP, but also with investors way beyond the BCP geography, really, to get that driving within the local area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We have run over time, so I think I will draw this to a close. It's been good to see this strategy coming forward. There's obviously a lot of work to do, and it's very welcome to hear the Cabinet members talk about the continued involvement going forward. This will perhaps be a yearly process, and we'd like to feed into regular updates as we go along. So unless there is anything really pressing, I would recommend that we move on to, we've still got another number of other agenda items. So if we move on to the next part of item 6, which is the housing strategy and the approval to consult. Is that Councillor Wilson? Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Wilson, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to Councillor Phipps for being alongside me and being one half of a great double act. I think this should be a fairly straightforward report. It's the BCP Housing Strategy Approval to Consult. Councils are expected to have a housing strategy in place, and now that we have a new council across a larger area, there is a recognised need for us to have a housing strategy that reflects the vision and the needs for the whole council area. Housing strategy is a key policy document for council and its partners. The housing strategy is key to place shaping for an area. Housing impacts, as we all know, on multiple issues, including community safety, economic growth, vulnerable people, social care provision, and a wealth of other issues. As such, effective consultation on a new housing strategy is also key. Housing is a crucial component of well-being. Good quality housing meets an individual's needs and provides a sound platform to build a good quality of life. And I think that will be a running theme throughout the next two items as well. Poor quality or inadequate housing often brings detrimental outcomes for people. At present, Bournemouth and Poole areas have refreshed housing strategies that will expire next year, and Christchurch housing strategy has already expired. Housing strategies help local authorities to provide a context, a background and evidence around local issues to look to set priorities for funding and delivery. The issues that will be addressed within the housing strategy are broad-ranging, from homelessness to new housing supply, from energy efficiency to the management of council homes, from private sector housing standards to specialist care and provision of support to enable independent living. The proposed layout will also include a summary on the national context as policy key drivers, and the strategy will provide information on the local housing context and issues to inform that key strategy priorities might be. But hopefully the final draft is due to come in a year's time, and hopefully the national context will have settled down then when we kind of start to refocus away from what everyone else knows is going on without mentioning it. So the consultation process, an issues and options discussion document will be compiled with input from our communications team to help encourage residents and agencies to engage the debates. This will form the basis of a 12-week public consultation period, during which time we will provide high-profile communications across different channels to encourage people to input. We will set up a multidisciplinary steering group, which will manage the preparation of the strategy, the consultation process. My heart. The consultation process will help articulate the final strategy document. We'll run several targeted and interactive stakeholder consultation and engagement workshops, which will be widely advertised and encourage a broad range of participation across all sectors and stakeholders. And discussions will also be tabled at various formal groups, including this board itself. So after the final consultation period, we'll produce a final housing strategy and return to Cabinet for consideration of its endorsement and adoption. The timetable for this is all set out on section 20 of the report. And that's it for me, if you'd like to take over.
Thank you very much for that summary. So We are going to come up with a strategy. It's going to go to consultation, and it's going to be this multidisciplinary steering group. Just a couple of questions that I've got to kick-start the discussion. First of all, very welcome to see the involvement of the Overview and Scrutiny Board. So I suppose the first question is, how do you feel that we could get involved and assist in that process?
Yeah, I think there's lots of. I mean, you're always coming up with good, fresh ideas. I like coming here.
Very true. Yeah.
I like coming here and testing my mettle against you guys. You know, you make me think, and you challenge me. And but yeah, I think there's lots that you can do. I mean, just contributing to the debate. I mean, what do you think needs to go into a housing strategy? I'll throw it back to you. You know, kind of thing. What do you think needs to be in there? Asking these questions of me and yourselves, and just actually having a really good open debate about what needs to be in there. I think, like it says in the report, housing is a key part of anybody's life. You know, everyone around here, thankfully, has a home and has a place to live, and we want that for everybody in the conurbation. And I think there's lots that this board can contribute.
Thank you, and I look forward to working with you about how we can engage on that and maybe set up some task and finish groups or something like that. We're very keen to be involved. The second question I have, and it's not criticism, it's just a critical observation, if that makes sense, is that we're seeing through a lot of these papers the decisions that are looming, and the answer is, well, let's form a steering group or let's go to consultation and then come back at a later date. Obviously, the danger of that is that we push it down, but equally it means that a wider opinion is canvassed, which is welcome as well. I suppose the question I've got in your role as the cabinet member for housing is obviously the outcome of the consultation, the steering group will be one thing, but what do you see as your priorities that you would like to see a housing strategy come forward with at this stage? So what makes Kieran Wilson tick on housing?
Oh, this is lovely. It's like an interview. I like it. No, I mean, what I want, as we've seen in the housing delivery test, I want more houses. I want more affordable and social rented houses. I want less people on the streets. I want good quality homes, and I want people to be secure in their homes and have, I want everyone to just kind of have a good home and I know that's idealistic and not everyone's going to be able to have that, but we want to push as many people into that. I think a good housing strategy is a good place to start, and I think that can come from loads of different ways. So yeah, just affordable, good quality homes for everyone.
Hard to argue with any of that. One more question from me. That's all positive. What do you think has gone wrong so far? What parts of previous housing strategies or policies do you not agree with? Because we all have things that we'd like to see, but we must have things that we think have gone wrong. So from your point of view, what would you look to change?
This really is an interview, isn't it? I think, it's difficult to say that any previous housing strategy that the council has put forward has been wrong or anything like that. I think a lot of these things are determined by the national picture, and the circumstances going on around housing. And I think nationally we need to start treating housing as a basic human right rather than a kind of an investment and a commodity. And that's kind of the core of my belief. And I think that I think the housing strategies, actually, I've read the previous one. I think it's actually a really solid document, Councillor Law. But I think, but I think that, I think there's always room for improvement. And obviously throughout the consultation process, throughout the steering groups, we'll hopefully see that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Iyengar.
Thank you. I think the previous speech you made, Councillor Wilson, absolutely sort of touched me, in agreement, right? Because I think you were, in response to the Chair's question, you were absolutely saying things almost to the extent of sort of why you're in the job and what you want to see done from the heart. It probably is a criticism. It's not in these documents. That feeling, those words that you expressed is not in here. In a dark moment, these papers, I've not printed them off, I'm using it, so I can't feel the weight of the papers in here, but I can see my colleagues' papers around me. Clearly a lot of officer time in this has gone into sitting behind PCs and writing documents. And I do mean this with respect, despite the way it may sound. A lot of it, frankly, we already know. And your first speech on this, your introduction, was a heck of a lot of the procedural stuff, which is we understand the need for housing and why housing is important to people and the consultation, yada yada, that we're going to go through. And a lot of that is already known and roundly agreed round the council chamber. Completely agreed, and has been for a good amount of time. But I think, if I hark back to, for instance, Councillor Lawson's comment, which is, right, okay, got it, got all of that, right, now let's just go on the real specific actions linked to the outcomes that you've been describing there. And please, very little of that is comes out from these documents and shines and grabs the attention and just... Observation maybe, comment if you wish, but it's very, very absent from here.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect anything to be pulled out of these documents. It's asking to go to consultation to form a housing strategy, and that will hopefully all come out in that housing strategy. And I think it's a very simple, well put together report that's just asking to go to consultation, and we want to kind of build up them actions through consultation, through talking to people, through getting a wide-ranging engagement to see what's best for the connotation.
Councillor Butts.
A quick one, actually, from Councillor Iyengar. I think he makes a very, very good point, and actually you keep harping back to the high-profile communications. Now, that sounds all whizzy and techie, and what are we going to do? We're going to be tweeting, twiddling, whatever we're going to be doing in this modern day and age. But actually, if we don't get the passion and the emotion within that communication system over, we all passionately want houses. The public, they see us as this institution that has a requirement under governance to do A, B and C. They don't see the passion, they don't see the emotion. So if we're really going to make this sexy and we're really going to make it work, we've got to really, when you say high-profile communications, it isn't how that's communicated, it's what's within it. What message are we putting across? And that's what's really, really important. And I think Councillor Iyengar was trying to draw that point out, that we've got the building bricks, but we haven't got any of the squishy stuff, the mortar in between, which is the sexy stuff to make it work. So communication is key. Thank you.
Councillor Winston, you wish to respond about how you're going to make housing sexy?
Look at me. I don't think all the money in the world could do that. I think, it's. I think you're spot on. We do need to bring the emotion out of it. I think that's where we've come as a kind of a housing industry in this country and a housing kind of sector, is that we've taken the emotion out of it. It's all units, it's all numbers, it's all delivery, housing delivery tests, it's all meeting your requirements. It's not that we have lost that emotion. I would like to bring that back into the strategy. So yeah, I'm endorsing that.
Thank you very much. If there are no other comments, Councillor Fear.
Thank you, Chair. It was just one point. From what you said earlier, Councillor Wilson, with your passion coming out there, I think you're in a great position with your portfolio in the sense of affordability. We are of a generation right now that looking forward, it's going to be difficult potentially for us. So going forward with this consultation and your vigour and enthusiasm, I really hope to see some sort of local plan on affordability for certain generations, like specifically looking at that and how we can tackle that. So I really hope great things from this consultation through what you're going to do, like you've said about if I can take Councillor Butts putting the sex into housing. So I will be looking forward to seeing what we can do for the younger generations throughout BCP.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, just to come back on that, I think that's a really good point, and I think that's something that we should be definitely doing nationally. I went over to Finland over the summer and I met with an organisation called Now, and they're specifically just focused on building affordable social rent for young people under the age of 30. I think that's incredible. We don't have anything like that in this country, and we desperately need it. I mean, like, they want to describe us as generation rent, but we can't even afford the rent, you know, and like, I think it's definitely some questions that have to be asked around that, and that will again hopefully come out in the strategy.
Thank you very much. And just not that I want to summarise the discussion, but I think that the crux of many of the points that have been raised in a very positive way is that it's one thing going to consultation. That's fine. It encourages people to get involved. But if you are going to consult on a strategy, it's good to have a strategy first. So, we would say don't be afraid of, nailing your colours to the mast on this, particularly if you've got positive, sexy ideas about how you wish to solve the housing crisis. Come forward with them and then consult on them. I think we'd all like to see more of that, because unfortunately, if you ask the public for their opinion on things, you need to have something for them to have an opinion on. So don't be afraid of leading from the front on that. But unless there's no further questions on this, I think we've done this one. In which case we will move on to the next one, which is the enforcement policy for private sector housing. All get our papers together. So once again, I'll pass over to Councillor Wilson for the introduction. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll start off by giving a bit of background. Let things settle down a bit. The private rented housing enforcement policy details how the council will regulate standards in the private rented sector housing and tackle empty homes in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. It is important for local authorities to have an enforcement policy to ensure the consistency of approach among council officers and for members of the public to know what to expect from the service. Our aim is to raise standards in the private rented sector housing throughout Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, working with owners, landlords, letting agencies and tenants to achieve this. However, it is recognised that if the law is broken, enforcement action may be necessary to protect the public and the environment. Given the complexity of the legislative and regulatory position relating to the private rented sector and the need to ensure that those common standards and approach is applied across BCP. It is proposed that this policy will be further reviewed in 2 years' time to allow for the completion of a wider policy framework and its full consideration at that time. This policy aligns with the preceding policies with minimal change to legislative functions and processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson, for that introduction. Essentially, what we've got here is a pulling together and a kind of the beginnings of a plan, I suppose, going forward on the private sector housing enforcement. If I could just ask you, you mentioned briefly there that the legislative changes have been quite small, but obviously, if you're bringing together a combined, harmonised policy for BCP. There must be changes from the preceding authorities' policies. So I suppose the crux of it is what's changed in this policy compared to previous policies? Councillor Wilson.
On the technical details, I'll pass over to my officer if that's okay.
Thank you. So with regard to Poole and Bournemouth, we've been delivering the housing enforcement across Poole and Bournemouth for a couple of years, so there's not really significant change there. The introduction of the civil penalties has come in across Poole.